Thank you, Jamie. Am I on? Yes. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this planning meeting. Can I just check that everybody online can hear me, especially the public speakers, if they are online?
They're all in the room.
They're all in the room, sorry. So I don't need to ask if you can hear me. Are there any councillors online that want to be?
Yes, I believe there are.
You can just pitch on when
So James.
I can see we've got Councillor Gilby is online,
Yep.
and Councillor Barnard is also online.
Okay, thank you, Jamie. So those members online can comment, but Guy Gilby can't because he's part of the committee. He's not part of the committee, but Councillor Barnard can indeed comment, but he can't vote. So apologies for absence, please, Jamie.
I've received apologies from Councillor Karim.
Thank you. Who's that? Somebody coming in now. Right. So to the minutes of the last meeting, please. Anybody got any comments they want to make? So shall we accept those as a correct record? All those in favour? Any against? And I forgot to get it second.
Well, I'm abstaining because I wasn't at the meeting.
Of course you weren't.
Second, Chair.
Thank you. Tina Mackenzie Boyle. Any declarations of interest this evening, please? There seem to be none. Oh, Jamie should comment there, shouldn't he? But
No, I've not been informed of any.
thank you. Any urgent items of business?
No urgent items of business, Chair.
Thank you. So, to the first, the fifth item on the agenda, the land south of Forest Road, Newell Green, and we have two public speakers. Forgotten what happens.
Officer presentation.
It's for officer presentation first. Officer Lunn.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. I'm hoping you can see my screen on one of the, it's not on there, but it is on that screen there, so hopefully that is sufficient. Good evening, everyone. My name is Matthew Lunn. I'm the Strategic Sites and Design Team Manager and Case Officer for this particular scheme. I'll just give a brief snapshot of the layout before boring into it in more detail. So this evening I'll be presenting a full planning application for the demolition of existing buildings and the erection of 43 dwellings, associated landscaping and parking with access from Forest Road and Crozier Lane. Just to begin with, may I draw your attention to the supplementary report? I believe there might be two now. It covers various objections received and clarification on additional information that's submitted, and also some amendments to the conditions originally proposed. Subsequent to that, there's been a further objection received in the form of a representation from the appointed drainage consultant of the objectors that raised issues such as the cut modelling and questions the EA's lack of objection to the scheme, the insufficient information provided to justify the pluvial modelling approach, and therefore queries the sufficiency of the mitigation proposed. In response to that, I'd like to draw your attention to Bracknell Forest Council as the LLFA's rebuttal. It was fairly last minute. I provided some copies here for those interested to look at. It's also publicly available on the portal, and that effectively rebuts each and every one of the points that are raised by them, and hopefully tries to appease concerns in this room this evening. Just by way of, I'll begin with some site context, planning context. Hopefully you can see. So this is the SA9 area. So the entire site is located within the settlement boundary. The majority of the site was allocated for mixed-use residential development as part of the Site Allocations Local Plan Policy SA9, Land at Warfield, the borough's largest allocation. Also, part of the site was allocated as part of SA1, which is the northern part of the site, and that's under land at Battlebridge House, as previously developed land in the defined settlement. And then as a rounding off exercise, the northern part of the site was rounded off and included within the settlement boundary. The whole site within the settlement boundary, therefore, the principle of development is established. And further to this, you can see on this particular plan that it falls within Area 1. Therefore, the Area 1 master plan, which was required to be approved by the council in advance of the positive determination of any application within it, this is a material consideration. And any planning application within this site would be expected to be in general accordance with it. And any variation would really be there to provide betterment. So moving now to further on the ground context. This provides us an aerial image of the site. It's circa 2 hectares, slopes gently down towards the north. There's roughly about a 6 metre change in levels. The site is bounded by Forest Road to the north, Huntercombe to the north-west, Forest Road properties to the north and east, and there's generally new development to the south. The Cut River courses to the north, approximately 35 metres from the boundary. Therefore, the majority of the site is within flood zone 1 of low risk, with a small area within the northwestern corner of the site within flood zone 2, which is medium risk, and flood zone 3, high risk, in the very far northern corner. Generally, it has a vegetated perimeter, and there are 2 significant oak trees within the site, one of which on this western boundary, the ditch line, is subject to a tree preservation order.
Apologies, sorry, I've just found out our YouTube stream has gone down temporarily. Are we have to just adjourn for hopefully 2 minutes?
Yeah.
While that comes back up.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
Chair, while you're waiting, it's Councillor Barnard here. I can confirm that I've been in attendance in the meeting online since the start of the officer's presentation.
Thank you. We have noted that. We saw you.
I can confirm we're back online.
Thank you. Officer Lunn, thank you. We're okay to carry on.
Sorry, I've just made some amendment to the screen just to make sure that it's using the screen to its best potential. Back on track. It's got a vegetated perimeter with two significant oak trees on the site, one of which on the western ditch line is subject to a tree preservation order and is category A1 oak. To the north of the site is previously developed land comprising former Warfield garage, car wash, cafe and dwellings. And to the south is characterised by neglected paddock land recently used as a construction compound associated with recently constructed development to the south. Just tour of the site. This would be the southern access into the site of Crozier Lane through the new development. This is now in the site, looking west towards the well-vegetated eastern boundary. That's the property Linthorpe, you can just see that over the trees, and you've got the back end of Abbey Place just there. This is now looking towards Abbey Place and the recently built old farmhouse row there. That's an apartment block. And now this is looking from the apartment block, from Abbey Place, old farmhouse row, into the site. This is a new development there. That's the big oak tree I spoke of, and this is the subject site. This, I believe, is the back of Alburn, and that there, I think, is old police cottage, and this is where one of the pedestrian links would be, out onto Forest Road, past the one of the big oak trees. And this is a close-up about the vegetation along to the rear of old police cottage. And then this is looking towards the PDL part of the site, previously developed land. This is the old garage site, and this is looking towards Huntercombe, which is again quite a well-vegetated boundary. This is mostly deciduous with some conifers on the boundary too. This is looking closer towards the old garage site and car wash, and poplars to the further in the background. That's the other side of Forest Road. Now this is looking towards this one of the former residential properties that is included within the site, and the old car wash facility, and looking towards the closest retained property on Forest Road. And then this is looking from the pretty much Forest Road towards Huntercombe, and to the right here you would have the three-legged cross, and you can see that's a boundary there characterised by conifers and some deciduous trees. And then this is looking across to Three-Legged Cross Pub, across the concrete, the hard standing for the former car sales forecourt. And then this has stood on Forest Road, looking towards the Yorkshire Rose Pub. And you've got I can assure you, it's an up-to-date photograph despite the cost of petrol. It's gone up considerably. That is the former garage site, and this is looking towards the Three-Legged Cross Pub. And then this is looking at, you can see from here, this is the beginning of the pedestrian route from Forest Road past the significant oak tree. Okay, that concludes just the existing context of the site, and now just looking at the site layout. So the site falls within Newell Green South character area of the Area 1 Master Plan, which is intended to reflect the rural character of Newell Green with an informality and greenness of its form and appearance. The application comprises 43 dwellings comprising a mix of 1 to 5 bed dwellings across houses, flats and maisonettes. 9 of which are affordable housing, affordable dwellings, which equates to 21% affordable housing, which meets the policy requirements following the application of the vacant building credit. Access to the site is achieved from 22 of the dwellings. The majority of the dwellings are accessed from the south via Crozier Lane, and the remaining 21 are accessed via T-junction off Forest Road to the north. There's also a pedestrian cycle route which courses through the north-south what's called Greenway, linking new development to the south towards Three-Legged Cross in the north and onwards to Avery Lane. There's also a pedestrian route eastwards through this finger of the site here onto Forest Road. In terms of dwelling types, they're mostly detached and semi-detached of various house types, materials and setbacks. Setback from the road with reasonably sized front gardens with parking to the side to reduce car dominance and loosen development grain. Single terraced elements and apartment building front Forest Road, which are well set back within a landscape setting. Up here. In terms of building heights, the majority are 2 stories in height with 2.5-story elements at key locations. To positively address the gateway location on Forest Road here, you have a 2.5-story apartment block. And to terminate internal street views and create variation and interest in the roofscape, in line with the aspirations of the Area 1 Master Plan and following good urban design principles which are included within the Design SBD planning guidance. A bungalow is proposed in a sensitive location to minimise the impact on residential amenity. The bungalow being here, plot 18, just out the back of Old Police Cottage and Alburn. And chimneys are also dotted about the development as well, which is the intention being to add variation, interest the roofscape, and to reflect the local character. If I now show you the street sections, the street scenes, sorry. This is of the Forest Road frontage. So you've got the apartment block, then you've got a terrace block there, and then you have your individual detached property, which effectively gradate the built form down to the more historical part of Warford Street to the east, I believe, southeast. Then you have, you can see here, this is street section B in the bottom right here. So this is effectively what you'd see moving from the south, turning left from Crozier's Lane, and as you look northwards, you've got the 2.5-story element there that effectively terminates the vista northwards, and you've got the bungalow plot 18 just there. And then immediately as you enter from Crozier's Lane, looking towards the rear of Forest Road properties, you'd see this street scene, an artist's impression, and then you have the 2.5-story properties here, which are effectively, again, following urban design principles that serve to terminate the view, add interest, and provide legibility, a better legibility. I'll just go back to the site layout. So parking is provided in the form of integrated garages, carports, off-street parking and communal parking areas, and is provided to standard with one minor variation. The waste and recycling team are satisfied with the bin storage and collection arrangements. As can be seen adjacent to the large oak tree on the ditch line and to the north by the apartment block, there are 2 areas of open space provided here. It forms a north-south greenway corridor which integrates the ditch line with the significant oak tree and it serves also a sustainable drainage system function, a drainage function in the form of hosting an attenuation pond, and also a host of 3-metre wide pedestrian cycle link that forms a continuation from that provided from previously developed site to the south, and that effectively completes the last piece of the north-south greenway. And this, you can see, courses up through the northern area. There you have a bund here, which is part of the drainage strategy. Worst case scenario, you have that last line of defence, landform there that prevents spilling over of water onto Hunter Combe and Three-Legged Cross. And the apartment block provides good natural surveillance onto the pedestrian route as well, whilst maintaining a landscape setting just to limit the built form onto it. And also, just it's loosely a continuation of the open space as well. You have the pedestrian route going out into Forest Road, which integrates the again significant oak tree just there, sitting within the corridor in that constrained space. Just now, moving on to the Drainage strategy. I provide an extract here, but it probably is not too legible. It's very fine-grained, but documents are available online. Just drainage matters, including existing flooding issues in the locality, are covered in detail in Section 9, Roman 9 of the report. The applicant has also produced a non-technical drainage summary included at Appendix 1 of the committee report. The site's drainage strategy has been designed for a 1 in 100-year flood event plus a 40% climate change allowance, and it also factors in a 10% allowance for urban creep for the introduction of further hard standing post-occupation. To enable a functionally effective drainage strategy, some level changes are necessary, notably on the eastern side of the site, detailed in 9 Roman 3, the impact on residential amenity. This will serve to drain the site towards a western ditch line via the attenuation basin and permeable paving. Further to this, shallow ditches will be installed along the southern and eastern boundaries. The primary function will be to channel surface water in a 1 in 100-year flood event, but would also serve to intercept any runoff from rear gardens towards the rear boundary. The site would have a restricted discharge into the main ditch line along this western boundary, eventually discharging into the pipe system to the north of Forest Road. The drainage strategy would provide a reduction in the discharge rate from the current rates during rainfall events. Overall, the development would not increase the risk of flooding elsewhere, which is in accordance with the requirements of the National Planning Policy Framework, the NPPF. Further to this, in response to members' concerns regarding the maintenance of ditches running through private property, the applicant has agreed to a legal covenant on these properties that requires the appointed management company to inspect and gives it the power to maintain the ditch line. This proactive, continual monitoring and maintenance regime would ensure that the overland flow route remains fit for purpose for the lifetime of the development. The developer will also fund off-site pipe capacity improvement works, which go beyond what would ordinarily be secured in recognition of local drainage issues unrelated to the development. Collectively, on and off-site measures proposed would reduce the risk of flooding off-site compared to current levels, therefore provide betterment. I just refer now to it's an example of street sections showing the development's relationship to existing properties on Forest Road in these two locations as shown here, with Albury or Old Police Cottage, or the property to the south of Linthorpe. Let me just get it in the frame. So in terms of the impact on residential amenity, factoring in ground level changes, building heights and the orientation of buildings, separation distances between proposed and existing dwellings exceed separation guidelines set out in the design SBD. Further to this, boundary treatment in the form of existing established vegetation and proposed new landscaping will effectively serve to bolster visual buffering, increasing with time as the vegetation matures. With reference to details set out in Section 9 Roman 3 of the report, the proposal would not result in an unacceptable impact on residential amenity. And in terms of landscaping, both significant oak trees are integrated into the layout that will ensure their sustainable retention. In terms of new landscaping, a comprehensive landscaping scheme forms a part of the recommendation. It provides for extensive planting of tree and hedgerow species throughout the site, with particular emphasis on native species within areas of public open space to maximise opportunities of biodiversity, with more ornamental planting on residential plots. Overall, the proposal is considered to deliver planning policy objectives for the site and would make an important contribution towards Bracknell Forest's housing supply. The proposal has undergone numerous iterations since the original submission, and officers have been consulted and involved in the development of the scheme throughout. The proposal is therefore considered acceptable. In terms of planning obligations, implementation of the development would trigger some of the following planning obligations. Well, all of them, but this is just an abridged version of them. The delivery of 9 affordable dwellings, SPA mitigation, on and off-site biodiversity net gain, would provide on-site public open space, funding towards Warfield Memorial Ground or Priory Field open space enhancements, funding for the Warfield Community Hub at the new Warfield Neighbourhood Centre, would fund off-site drainage improvement works, Harvest Ride and Avery Lane access improvements, and also implementation would trigger a significant SIL funding towards borough infrastructure. To conclude, as set out in the main report, this full plan application will deliver housing, including affordable housing, on a site allocated for this purpose. The proposal complies with relevant planning policies and is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the completion of the Section 106 legal agreement and the conditions as set out in Section 7 of the report, as amended by the supplementary report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So now we take our public speakers. And first of all, we have the objector. So would Vicky Emberson please like to come up to the desk? Is the speakers are allowed 3 minutes, and after just at the last 20 seconds, you'll be reminded that you have 20 seconds left, and then I will stop you at 3 minutes. So
Is this working? Yeah.
Yep, excellent. So start
Thank
now.
you.
Thank you.
On behalf of my fellow residents, I want to convey we are not opposed to this building application in general. In fact, we're far from it. We want this development to proceed, but not unreasonably, we're asking that we do not suffer detriment as a result. Redrow's current design has built up the ground levels behind our houses, creating an overbearing 2.16 metre height difference at certain points. Some gardens in the plan slope between a 1 in 20 gradient to a 1 in 4 gradient. And we all know that water runs downhill to our houses in this case. Slide 1 and 2, please, Jamie, thank you. This land is heavy London clay. It already becomes saturated and our gardens flood regularly. And we were so concerned about the flood risks to our properties that we asked the planning officers to conduct an off-site flood risk assessment. They refused. So we commissioned one ourselves, and we hope that you've all had the chance to read it. The conclusions were that the pluvial modelling was flawed. Winter groundwater level studies had not been conducted, and they believe there's an underestimation of water runoff from the site. So 3 independent parties, that's a planning consultant, a planning KC and the flood risk assessor, all believe that the national planning policy framework conditions have not been satisfactorily met in this application. Redrow's proposed flood mitigation strategy, as we heard, was for a 300 metre long, 150 millimetre deep open culvert behind our fences. That's slide 3, Jamie. This is 150 millimetres. Really? How long will it take for that to block with leaves and dirt? In a desperate 11th hour edition, just to get this application through, Redrow are now proposing a maintenance contract to keep the culvert clear. But we know they're already trying to get out of an agreed planning conditions at Orchid Court. So we need long-term reassurances and solutions, not a sticking plaster. Redrow recently submitted new documents after the aborted site visit on the 7th of October, including a revised pluvial modelling plan. And we've now had those new documents assessed by our independent experts. They are directly challenging the Environment Agency position. They state that Redrow's modelling is still flawed, best practice has not been used, and it still does not meet the requirements of the National Planning Policy Framework. So faced with such directly conflicting opinions, we're asking you councillors as the planning committee to deny this particular application until such point as all parties can agree an appropriate flood risk mitigation strategy. We would very much welcome constructive talks with Redrow and the planning officers as to how to rethink that eastern boundary so that our properties are properly protected. Berkeley Homes delivered a perfectly good flood risk
20
mitigation
seconds.
solution on an adjoining development. So why can't Red Row? We want to agree a way forwards. Everyone wins. Red Row gets on with the build. The council, you get your Section 106 and SIL payments, and we get the assurances we're looking for. Please, can we work together and have a harmonious outcome for all parties here? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Could you stay there for a minute in case of questions? Oops, sorry. Stop. Pause. Oh dear. Dismiss. Go.
Is that a £20 fine?
Dear. Oh. 20 seconds. Dear. So please do you have any questions, councillors, for Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the objector for your eloquent presentation. I firstly just want to, you mentioned a number of parties you suggested are concerned that the assessment that's been presented by the applicant is not compliant with the MPPF requirements. Can you just confirm for me, you mentioned 3 parties, but I didn't quite catch who they were.
So our independent flood risk assessor, and we've sent that report out, and it's also been on the planning portal for all. Also a planning consultant and a planning KC, and I might need to, if we need names, we just need to ask Jonathan here.
They're all on the portal.
On the portal.
Emma Benson and Robert Walton KC.
Thank you.
That's great, thank you.
Any other questions, please? Councillor Smith?
Thank you again, Chair. So I'm obviously very conscious that this is an application of quite some concern to residents. We'll have an opportunity in a minute to ask questions of the officers. I think it's extremely important tonight that members ensure that that period we get to ask questions of all the areas which are of concern to residents. So in terms of my specific notes, I just wanted to, that I've made as you were talking, I'd just like to run through and check there's nothing I'm missing.
Is it a question?
Yes, so you're concerned that gardens are already flooding regularly and believe this to be in relation to, this has been exacerbated by other recent developments?
It's the accumulation over the last 5 years, that's right, has exasperated it.
Yeah. Your independent assessor, have they completed their own modelling, or is it, my understanding from what I read was that they've reviewed the modelling that's been completed, but there's not like an alternative model that shows a different outcome that's kind of worse?
That's correct, because we funded this independent assessment ourselves. So if that's the next stage, then we're willing to go for it. But at the moment, it's a review.
Okay, thank you. I've noted the concerns you've raised about the depth of the channel and the concerns around Red Row's modelling. Your consultant is arguing that that's not being carried out to current best practice. I just check, are there any other specific points that you feel members should be inquiring of the officers as we go through the session tonight?
Well, the main point was the fact that a ditch of this size will immediately backfill, and Red Row's suggestion for maintenance, for an annual maintenance clearance, it only takes one of those 13 properties to not clear the leaves out, for example. Everything backs up, and we all know, as I said, water flows downhill. It comes into our properties, which are, as Mr. Lunn pointed out at the beginning, that the site slopes down towards our properties.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councillor
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor O'Regan.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. My question relates to, you said that you believe that the flooding in your property is getting worse over the years. Did your survey examine that, and did it come up with any possible reasons for why you believe the flooding is getting worse?
I'll have to read the survey in detail again, but it's based on the London clay, the sloping and the accumulation of the greenery that was behind our properties now being concreted, unfortunately.
So are you saying that the gardens at Forest Road have not been so badly flooded before the houses?
There has
there-
always been flooding, particularly if you can think where the Spice Lounge is. I mean, they've always got sandbags out, and at this time of year, water is flowing through the car wash site into the roads. And the solution would be just as Berkeley Homes have done on their new plot, where they've cleared and put in proper culverts, proper drainage there, as you can see it with the naked eye, whereas this is just completely inadequate for the properties there today. We've lost trees because the ground is so waterlogged.
Thank you. Anybody else? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could you just press that button then, please? Thank you. Now, on behalf of of Redrow, Tilly Wilsham. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Tilly Wishaw.
Sorry,
go on.
just a moment. I've got to time you as well.
Oh, sorry.
3
Too quick to
minutes
go.
with a 20-minute, 20-second warning. Yep. Ready, steady, go.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Tilly Wishaw and I'm Head of Planning at Redrow Homes. The application has been subject to a number of rounds of amendments which will positively respond to the comments raised by officers and local objections. I'd like to thank Matt for his proactive approach which takes all of the concerns of parties into account and has resulted in a proposal for a high quality development which respects existing properties and site constraints. Since the application was submitted, the following key changes have been agreed. The total number of units has been reduced from 48 to 43. The location design of the apartment block has been amended to provide a better outlook onto Forest Road. The affordable proposals have been amended in line with officer comments, and this includes the addition of a wheelchair unit. The housing mix has been amended to provide more smaller homes. The two-storey house type has been replaced with a bungalow in response to neighbour concerns. We've also agreed to a condition to restrict permitted development rights on the property. Additional details such as windows and chimneys have been added to key elevations. Landscaping has been enhanced in line with officer comments. The layout and street scenes have been amended to ensure high quality views. Detailed highway amendments include the rerouting of the adopted cycleway to better align with the existing off-site network. The drainage strategy has been scrutinised in a high level of detail. The proposals provide the best possible drainage solution as agreed with the local flood authority. I understand the principal development is generally accepted, so I won't go into detail, but I will say that Redrow are eager to get on site at the earliest possible opportunity, and this will provide an imminent contribution to the council's housing land supply. The non-technical drainage note is available on the council website, and earlier this week the lead local flood authority authorised works to be carried out to replace the blocked culvert. This work is expected to take place within November and will replace an existing pipe to allow the drainage network to flow correctly again. Detailed discussions have been held with the local flood authority throughout the whole application process, and it was agreed that the proposals in front of you provide the best drainage mitigation. As Matt said, the proposal designed to withstand a 1 in 100-year flood event plus 40%, and they create additional storage within the upstream catchment, which will come as a benefit to the whole local catchment area. On the site visit, I noted the concern raised by with the location of the ditch line, and as Matt has already gone through, we've agreed to the covenant to allow an annual right of access for the management company to inspect the ditch line. It will also be noted that in the purchase agreements that it is part of their riparian rights to maintain that ditch throughout the year. With regards to the claims that flooding along Forest Road has worsened since the recent developments to the southwest of the site, the drainage network on those sites tie into the ditch line which runs into and through this site. The drainage mitigation will only reduce the flooding within the existing rear gardens by enhancing the drainage system that runs through this site. The Section 106 is being drafted and includes a contribution towards off-site drainage improvement works. This fee is not a standard policy requirement, however the obligation to contribute towards the upgrading of the chamber was agreed as a reflection of Redrow's understanding of the local drainage issues. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Well done. Here we go. So, questions for Ms. Wisham? Councillor Hayes.
Yes, something you just mentioned, the management company being responsible. Is that Redrow Home or will that be a private management company?
It would be a private management company. We haven't got the management company set up yet. It'll go out to tender, but it's probably will be the same management company that manages the current development to the south.
And who carries the costings for that?
it will be a part of the standard kind of management cost fee that you pay.
To the
from estate.
resident, other persons buying within the development?
Yeah, they'll pay a estate fee, which is kind of as standard on a lot of housing developments.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Penfold.
Following on from what Councillor Hayes was saying, will the residents have the right to phone the management country when they see a problem with their ditch, as well as the annual list?
Yes.
Yeah. And secondly, the attenuation pond, if that gets silted up, will they be responsible for that?
Yeah, there's a requirement, I can't remember if it's a condition or in the 106, but it sets out the maintenance and management of the Suds Pond.
Thank you.
Councillor Mackenzie Boyle.
Thank you, Chair. I might have missed it. Do the residents pay for this management?
For the management of the
culverts or whatever you're going to provide, shall we say?
Well, the intention is that, as I said, they will have a riparian right or requirement. The drainage within their gardens will be explained to them, and it's expected that they will maintain it, as well as the management company coming in and doing their kind of yearly checks. If the yearly checks aren't done, then the management company will carry it out at the cost of.
So bottom line, the residents would have to pay.
It will be paid for as part of their management company contribution.
Okay, thanks very much.
And will that management contribution include the whole estate?
Yes.
And that will go towards the drains as well?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Councillor Collins.
Is there a likelihood that residents, the existing residents, will be first to notice a problem with the drainage ditch? And in that case, what will be their recourse to the management company?
Honestly, I'm not a drainage engineer, so I wouldn't want to say no and be wrong. But my understanding is that the kind of drainage strategy that's set out, there shouldn't be any issues with the neighbouring dwellings. It should only enhance the issue that they're currently having at the moment. If there were issues, then obviously there would be details of the management company or indeed Redrow, and we can have those conversations.
Any other questions? Councillor Reagan.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Just a question of clarification. Are you saying that the proposed solution would improve the current situation of flooding in the neighbour's property?
Yes. One of the issues that the objector raised was the water flowing through the site and across to what was that, sorry?
The cut?
Yes, the cut, thank you. The works that we're intending to carry out in November will kind of that will better the situation already, and it will sort the flow that's already running through the site.
Okay, Chair, I have a supplementary question. You don't have to answer this if you don't know, because you're not a drainage engineer. We can ask the officers. But let's say there is a flooding event. What recourse do your neighbours have to come to the site to ask for redress? And it's not because the drainage system is blocked or any of those things that can be fixed, but there is just a persistent problem with flooding in future. What redress do they have?
I don't know. Well, I guess the first port of call would be to contact the council or the Environment Agency. If it's flooding that's happened as a result of our construction, then obviously there'll be the site manager's details. But following construction, it would be a matter to raise with the council.
Okay, well, thanks very much. I might ask the same question to the officers when we get to that part of the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison, I forgot to mention that Councillor Harrison is our visiting councillor today, and he's entitled to ask questions, but he can't vote. Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Chair. I hope maybe that if I were willing to do so, I might be able to influence the way that other members vote. And certainly as a local member and knowing this area very well, I would hope that I might be heard on behalf of residents. The drainage non-technical note aims to answer some of the questions that we put to officers in the process of looking at this application. So it is titled by Redrow. Forgive me if you're not the right person to answer the question, but it is your company's document. It says that it gives some figures about discharge rates being restricted to 5.6 litres per second from the northern area and 3.4 litres per second from the southern area. This is on page 79 if members want to look at what I'm referring to. It's talking about how it would respond to a 1-year event and a 30-year event and a 100-year event. So I'm presuming that we're talking about weather events, and the 100-year event is a very rare event, and the 1-year event is what we're likely to expect every year. But then it says that the runoffs will be reduced by 72% in the 1-year event,
Councillor Harrison,
but
I
89
think,
in the 30 and
I'm
91
sorry,
in
I
100.
think
Is that
this
the
is
wrong way round?
No, this is a technical question.
It
and I
is,
think
but it's
it's
a
it's
technical
more
question to
appropriate
the-
to ask Officer Lunn, I think, that one would. Or I think, do we have a flood person?
Yeah, sorry. Point of order, Chair. Councillor Smith. I'm just not quite sure I agree with that. I believe that Councillor Harrison should have the opportunity to ask the question of the applicant. It is the applicant's report. They may not feel confident answering it, but you should be able to ask the question.
Yeah, that's it. Actually, these questions are supposed to be clarification of what the contributor said rather than what's in the report.
But it's a document from the applicant. Surely it's a valid question, surely.
Just to be clear, the stage that we're at, through you, Chair, is that this stage of questioning is on clarification of what's been said by the speaker, not on documents that have been submitted through the application process.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take your guidance on that, and I'll put it later to an officer if that's
Thank you. That's good. Anybody else have a question? Then I might ask my question. I hope this is not. Hope this is pertinent. You mentioned depth of ditch, perhaps, and I'm wondering if that might be variable. Again, that's probably a technical thing, so I'll ask the officer.
It is a technical thing.
Yeah.
The depth does vary throughout the site, kind of where the
Yeah.
drainage engineers anticipate needing to be deeper.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Could you press?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So we've heard from our public speakers. Recommendation now? After the questions, you're right. So questions for Officer Lunn, please. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I clearly this is an application in which the flooding and drainage is a significant concern. We have before us an assessment by the applicant, which obviously shows their view that the drainage scheme is sufficient and compliant. As the local flood authority, I understand that's been accepted, and the Environment Agency have no objection to it. However, residents have obviously commissioned their own report, which has queried certain elements of that modelling. This doesn't present new independent modelling or present as a sort of alternative overall conclusion, but it calls into question the validity of the modelling that's been presented by the applicant. Specifically, they've talked, there's a number of elements in this supplementary.
Question.
Well, it is context to the question, Chair. They've queried the age of the model used and whether that's appropriate. They've queried the software that's been used and suggested that's potentially out of date. They've presented the professional view of the independent reviewer that there is not sufficient information, and I know that that's at odds with the LFA's view, and they've queried the techniques used in the model and suggested that they're outdated. this is obviously all very technical, and we're not going to become experts on this evening, but we are hearing contradictory professional opinions, and I think it's extremely important as members that we have absolute clarity on the advice being provided. So my question is, can the officers explain for us the cause of those professional disagreements and just give us clarity around where those professional disagreements are, and give us the confidence that there is justification for the LLFA's differential view on these matters, please?
Thank you. Officer Lunn.
Through you, Chair. I first of all, front end, I'm not a drainage expert, and at the right point I will be deferring to my colleague who's a consultant working on behalf of the lead local flood authority, who's joining us on the call, Charlie Cooper. But just, I think I'm in a better position to set the context. So obviously this application was submitted back mid-2021. It's undergone several iterations. I believe that the AGEA, the objectors' flood drainage review, was submitted in July this year. That was their review was undertaken prior to agreement being reached with the LLFA. My understanding is that some of the issues that AGEA raised were also raised by concerns to the applicant by the LLFA. Subsequent to that, Redrow provided further clarity, and then agreement was reached. They provided the LLFA with sufficient comfort that the drainage strategy worked and it fulfilled planning policy requirements. And then I think it was only, and then so the last technical document for drainage was publicly available since the 8th of August. There's a main one was available before then. And then subsequent to that, it's been in the public domain for quite a while now. And then recently, following the deferral at committee, then AGEA has undertaken another review of the agreed position reached. So just in terms of AGEA's first review, as part of the supplementary, the LLFA has provided a rebuttal to the comments, a detailed rebuttal to the comments that were raised by AGEA at that point. And further to that, AGEA submitted, well, we received AGEA's review of the agreed position this morning, and today the LLFA have provided a detailed rebuttal to each of the points that are raised, and that rebuttal features in the follow-up, the second supplementary report. So just to say that, so the, you know, AGEA were not originally commentating on an agreed position. We had concerns, AGEA had concerns, but then an agreement was subsequently reached. That's just scene setting. In terms of any technicals, Charlie would be best placed to advise. But just to say that we still, despite AGEA's 2 rounds of review, we still don't believe there's anything that causes us to change our position.
Thank you for that. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. In supplementary to that, can we hear from the flood advisor in terms of their position on that, as the officers just stated?
Can I put some specific questions here? That can we ask about the latest versions of these tests and technical things that they could do, because several issues with that were raised, as in REFH as opposed to REFH2. I can't remember offhand what the other one was especially. Yes, it's just not such up-to-date modelling. Yeah, the 2013 instead of the 2015, I think. So, yeah.
Sorry, as I said at the start, I provided a paper version of what is now publicly available, the Council's, the LLFA's rebuttal to their second review. I could play the expert, repeat it verbatim and answer all the points raised, but I think it's better to hand over to Charlie at this point to frame it for us to understand.
that would be excellent. Thank you. Charlie Cooper.
Yes, hi there.
Hi.
I'm happy to go through the points in detail that Matt's got. I'm just, is that beneficial? Is that helpful to go through each one of the points that AGA have raised and how we believe they were addressed?
I think that would be good. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, they're quite technical points, so I'm going to have to kind of refer back to my notes and go through them. But perhaps pick me up as we go along on any questions, and I'll try my best to pick them up. So point 1. Look back.
We appear to have lost this picture.
Can you hear me or see me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you. Are you putting something on the screen or something?
No, I'm not. I'm just
Well, so long as
can
we
read
can
through,
hear
apologies.
you, that's okay, I think. Thank you.
Right. So the first point was on catchment size. AGA considered that the catchment size should be larger. What they considered that the cut should be included with the applicant's model that they did for the site. However, the cut is modelled separately by the Environment Agency, and then the applicant has done a site-specific model of the surface water flood risk affecting their site. So that differentiates between the fluvial flood risk that the cut shows on the site and then the surface water affecting their site. We don't believe it will be beneficial to include the cut within the model of the site. We feel that the model the applicant has done is representative of the surface water flooding at the sites. So then the point 2, so AGA suggested that the water level model in the cut, so the model that the applicant has done for the site joins their downstream end of their model is the cut essentially, and they have included a water level in the cut to represent a flow within the cut. They represented the 1 in 20 year event, which is a kind of a reasonable flood event that may occur. AGA suggested this should be the 1 in 30 rather than 1 in 20 year. The reason for that is a change in planning policy which happened in 2021, which suggested that now the 1 in 30 year should be considered over the 1 in 20. On balance, we don't believe this is going to have a significant impact on flood risk within the site, and we think that a 1 in 20 is a reasonable approximation of that water level within the cut. So point 3, their point about box culverts. So there's a number of box culverts within the application site. So where roads or footpaths cross the proposed watercourse running south to north through the site, the crossings will have box culverts underneath them to allow the water to be conveyed. The applicant hasn't directly represented these in the model. However, what we asked them to do in discussions was to demonstrate that the maximum flow within the ditch could be past both those culverts and show that could be achieved, and they were able to do that, and therefore we didn't agree it was necessary to have the culverts in the model because it makes the modelling more complex and creates its own separate problems. So point 4 is really a point for the Environment Agency. So AGA argued that the Environment Agency model of the cut includes hydrology, which is 10 years old. AGA thought that this should be updated. This one's really for the Environment Agency to answer, but they haven't asked for that in their response. They consider that their model of the cut is representative of the fluvial flood risk at the site. Point 5. Point 5 is the expansion of point 4, really. So if the hydrology needs updating, then that would have impacts on the site. So it's the same. Point 6, winter groundwater monitoring. So this is around the assessment of groundwater flooding at the site. So AGA have suggested that the applicant should undertake groundwater monitoring at the site over winter to inform their application. This is done in some cases to inform some applications. It's sometimes conditioned to inform that. In this case, because the underlying soil is London clay, that typically is not associated with a high groundwater flood risk because water tends to sit in the topsoil and it tends not to flow freely through the London clay. So you tend not to get groundwater flood risk associated with that. So we don't believe that groundwater monitoring over that period is necessary to inform this. However, we have requested that as a condition to check that, and then that would inform any final design of the drainage system, any tweaks, but we don't believe that's going to significantly impact on the principles of the drainage strategy or, crucially, the development layout. So point 7. Ditch want to be surveyed or possible. I think there was possibly some confusion here about the representation of ditches within the modelling. Ditch 1 that AGA have referenced is represented within the model using the topo survey undertaken on the site. So we believe that's acceptable. 8. And 8 again is picked up there, so that's a kind of expansion on point 7. Apologies, I'm reading the questions as I go. I'm to remind myself. And point 9 is an expansion on the point 1 on the size of the catchment. AGA argued that the risk of flooding on the eastern boundary is underestimated given the catchment modelling size. Again, to go back, we consider that the catchment size has been represented well. I suppose I just wanted to reiterate Matt's comments that we've had lengthy discussions with the applicant, back and forth with their technical consultants and back and forth with Redrow, discussing various things, asking them to either test further things in their model or provide further information and update the proposals to manage flood risk better. And we feel that they have adequately managed both the existing flood risk in terms of the surface water flood risk, but also the potential for the site to increase flood risk by water falling on the site, running off the site. We feel that they've adequately addressed that. I'm happy to take any specific questions anyone has.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Chair. The officer mentioned there an additional survey that's conditioned. Could you just explain why that's been included in the conditions and not something we've asked for prior to making the decision?
Yeah, of course. So it's the groundwater monitoring. So that would be putting in boreholes to monitor groundwater over a winter period. So that will be done to make sure that you're picking up that peak level, which would usually occur around March or April, but you take it over the whole of winter. The reason we feel it's sufficient to be conditioned is that we don't believe it's going to impact on the principles of the principles of the drainage strategy or flood mitigation strategy, or the layout of the development, or again the drainage strategy. So it will only inform things like it might inform the final design of the basin in terms of, say, a lining of that basin if that was necessary, or I think that's the main one, to be honest, or whether we need to kind of consider lining the sewers, like that. That's the kind of thing it would impact on, whereas we'd be happy with the layout of the development and the proposals regardless of what that groundwater monitoring showed.
Thank you. Councillor Reagan.
Yes, thank you for your contribution. So sitting here, to summarise, I can hear there's been sort of back and forth about procedure and techniques and age of models and software and so on and so forth. So my question is, has AGEA come forward with a set of proposals to modify the design that would address the concerns of the residents? Have they come forward with an alternative design, improvements, some concrete proposals, excuse the pun, to improve the design to the satisfaction of the residents?
Certainly not as far as I'm aware. We've only had queries on what has been submitted.
Okay.
So what's your the answer? Is no, is it?
No, that's correct. Yeah.
Councillor Collins, please.
So the additional modelling that takes place as a result of a condition, what would happen if you did find results which you didn't expect?
Mr. Cooper?
So it wouldn't be, sorry, it's not additional modelling, it's only additional monitoring to be undertaken. I think to reiterate that I don't anticipate any result that would have a significant impact on the design proposals. Even if groundwater was found to be very shallow, which is possible, given the context of the site and the proposals, I don't believe there's any result that would cause issues for the proposals, other than, as I explained before, technical things that needed picking up in the final design.
Councillor Collins again, please.
Yes, apologies, monitoring, modelling. I think the same question will apply. You're saying that you're not expecting to find any additional problems, but what happens if you do?
So I'll try and reiterate again. I don't believe there's any results of that monitoring that would change the proposals at the site. So I believe whatever that monitoring shows, that will be able to be addressed within the proposals as they stand.
Thank you. Councillor Penfold.
You're not anticipating anything. You said you think you will be able to address them. Does this mean you've got a site plan B, in case things do arise?
It wouldn't be a plan B. It would be sort of a
adjustment then.
Sort of a plan A2 almost. So it would be a technical amendment to what they have at the moment, and that would be, so it would be typical and the same on this one, that we have a drainage condition to say we want to see the final detailed design of what is proposed, and that's applied on almost all developments. We'll see that final, and that would be partially informed.
Frozen. We lost the last bit, partially. Mr. Cooper, hello? I think he's lost us and we... Oh dear.
Oh, sorry, I think I lost my sound there.
Oh, that's right. We lost you for a moment. You were saying partially something.
Oh, apologies. Maybe let me start again. So I don't believe there's any results of the monitoring that would change the proposal. So there's we're proposing the condition to for the monitoring, and that would inform the final detailed design. So we have a further condition, and this is applied to almost all developments, that we want to see the final detailed design of the drainage system, so that we can be sure we know exactly what's going to go in the ground, and the monitoring would then form that final detailed design.
Thank you. Can I ask, if we were to insist on a 30-year planning, would there be any changes, or maybe some changes to the drainage design?
Not sure I understand the question. Sorry, what do you mean the 30-year?
Because you said the policy was to, excuse me, to reference question 2. Thank you, Officer Lan. Taking, you proposed to take the 20-year model, but we prefer to, if we prefer to go for the 30-year. Would that make, would we have deeper ditches, or would the culverts do the job, or,
It's a specific reference to the downstream flood level in the cut during the worst case. So the cut is represented as the fluvial flood risk at the site. So it's the downstream fluvial flood level in their worst case surface water flood risk at the site. And we believe that if it was the 20 or 30 year, this would have no significant impacts on the flood risk shown at the site. Surface.
So do you have you got sufficient evidence to be able to show that?
Yes, well, we have seen the 20 year. We don't believe it's beneficial to have the 30 year. We believe that is in accordance with reasonable best practice.
Thank you. Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Chair. In the report, we have mention of 150 millimetre depth ditches. If we were to increase that by condition to 450 millimetres, so that's like 3 times as much, would that increase the amount of water that could be taken away by those ditches by 3 times? Would that be a sensible assumption, or doesn't it work like that?
That's a broadly fair assumption. Yeah, that would significantly increase. I'd say around 3 times the amount. I suppose in that context, it would question the need for those ditches to be deepened to that extent. The modelling that's been undertaken has demonstrated that the 150 millimetres, and I think as Matt said, they're 150 millimetres only along a partial stretch, and the depth varies throughout them. There's no need for them to be 450 millimetres deep, and that would potentially cause issues for the layout in terms of fitting them in.
Councillor Harrison again.
Thank you. So I presume these figures, this planning is based on assumptions that have been sort of accepted for quite some time, but we're in a new context, having adopted a climate emergency as a council. So in terms of a climate emergency, what difference does that make to the planning assumptions in terms of water runoff?
So in terms of the way they've applied climate change, the planning practice guidance sets out clear recommendations on the level of climate change that should be considered in the development. And in that context, this is 40% for the surface water flood risk. So they've allowed for that 40% over the lifespan of development. So assuming that by the end of the lifespan of development, i.e. 100 years, rainfall intensities would be 40% worse than they currently are. And that's been allowed for within the design of the whole drainage system.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Harrison again.
Sorry, could I ask my earlier question, which is on the Redrow branded council report in front of us, the discharge rates and the rate of flows expected, because I'm slightly confused by the way that that's presented. It's suggesting that it will reduce the runoff by 72% in the 1-year event, which we'd expect every year, 89% in the 30-year event, and 91% in the 100-year event. Surely the 100-year event is the more rare event. The 1-year event we'd expect as a normal a normal course of action. So if you take 91 away from 100, we're expecting only 9% of the water to be running off in the 100-year event, but an awful lot more of it every year. Is that the right way round, or have I got something wrong there?
Perhaps I'll explain the way those numbers are calculated, and it may make more sense. So the way that the drainage system has been designed, and it's the tip where things are done, is that you work out the greenfield runoff rate from the site, so the amount of runoff, the rate of runoff from the site at the moment, and you typically do for those three events, the 1 year, the 30 year, and the 100 year, just to have some kind of numbers to put to. So the applicant has worked those out for the varying events, and then they've restricted that to a lower, so they've restricted to what's called the Q-bar rate, which is a sort of everyday storm event, and therefore in the 1 in year event, that has, because your 1 in 1 year rate is quite close to that has a relatively low impact on reducing that storm event. But then up at the 100 plus climate change, because they're restricting it right back to that Q-bar rate or every kind of everyday storm, that's having a much greater impact on that storm event, and is reducing that runoff rate from the site. So in those high order events, there will be a reduction in water leaving the site compared to the existing situation.
If I may, Councillor Collins, yeah.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused by something that was said earlier. Can you confirm that this eastern boundary ditch is 150 millimetres in its entire length, or did somebody imply that it was variable depending on location of it?
Perhaps I'll go back to Matt for that. Matt, you perhaps explain how it varies, because you've got the plans to hand. Is that correct?
That's sorry. That's correct. So in front of me, I have section drawings from the flood route sections, which I believe is in the pluvial modelling update report that was published. Well, the main part was published, I think, on the 8th of August. That provides the cross sections. My understanding is that the entire eastern ditch that runs to the rear of Forest Road properties, and then courses, in a extreme rainfall event, would course northwards out onto, and then flare out onto Forest Road. I believe that was 150 mil deep in its entirety. And then there's also a ditch that runs through southern properties, which is 300 millimetre deep. It was my understanding that it wasn't a deviation in the depth of ditch along the eastern boundary, but my interpretation might be incorrect.
Apologies, then that's my mismemory. Then I'm probably thinking of the main ditch that runs along the western edge, which does vary in depth, but that's partially an existing ditch.
Sorry, just to clarify, I can now see in the small print that it is indeed 150 mil throughout. However, at the southern end of the eastern ditch line, as shown on this plan, flood route section sheet 1 of 3, at the southern end it does taper out to, I believe it does taper out. So to that extent it does change, but for the large part it is 150 mil deep.
Thank you. Councillor O'Regan, sorry.
Yes, through you, Chev. So a question for the relevant officer. So the site is going to be built up, I think if I heard you correctly, an additional 6 metres elevation. No? So the site elevation is going to be changed. Please correct me on that. To what extent is that contributing to the concerns of residents about potential flooding in the future?
perhaps one for Charlie, but the changes in level are specifically integral to the drainage strategy. For my layman understanding is that effectively the site is slightly bowled, so gravity can take its course and the water that is collected in the vast majority of the site is then channeled towards the western ditch line. It enters the ditch line and then it courses north up to Forest Road. If you were to have the levels any lower, you would be working against gravity and the drainage strategy simply wouldn't work. Charlie will, I'm sure, do a better job at explaining it than me.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I think that's broadly correct. So the way the drainage works is that any water that falls onto the hard standing areas across the side of it into their substrate system, discharge into the ditch.
Mr. Cooper, I'm sorry, we can't hear you very well. You breaking up a bit. Is
that better?
That seems okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Shall I start again? So the way the drainage system has been designed to operate is that any water that falls on hard standing areas within the development, i.e. impermeable area, will be routed through their drainage and sud system to outfall into the ditch on the western side of the development. And to achieve those levels, to allow that to route by gravity, they require to raise levels along the eastern boundary of the site. So therefore, in terms of what is routed towards the eastern boundary, it'll only be water that falls onto the gardens of the proposed properties that slope towards the eastern boundary that would fall towards the eastern boundary and then be picked up by that the conveyance ditch along the eastern boundary. So it's a relatively small part of the development that will fall towards that eastern boundary.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie Boyle.
Thank you, Chair. Just heard from our officer that the eastern boundary ditch tapers off. So you've got the western going into the eastern, which then tapers off. Into what? How many inches, how many millilitres, how many whatever? We need to define that.
So I'd take that on that. So it tapers off, and this is a design intention. So what the ditch does, it's not technically correct to call it a ditch. It's really a conveyance flow path. So it's picking up a surface water flow route, so the existing flood risk, as I said, the water that falls in these gardens, and conveying it northwards, which is the current flow direction of that water, towards the highway. When it gets to the highway, it's in the existing situation that it's able just to flow off the edge of the site. So what we wanted to achieve, and it's something we requested of the applicant, is to, as far as possible, allow that water to spread out and flow towards the highway and be picked up by the highway drainage network. And going back, so that's the existing situation of how the site operates, that water flows towards the northern boundary. So we wanted to, as far as possible, mimic that, so that water, rather than meeting the highway at a defined point in a ditch, it spreads out as much as possible, so that it mimics the existing situation as much as we possibly can.
A supplementary, Councillor.
That worries me a bit, Mr. Cooper. Does then the highway take that water, and will we be seeing flooding on the road, on Forest Road?
No, so the amount of water flowing towards Forest Road would not be increased, and in fact it would be reduced, because large parts of it will be collected by the drainage system. So it will be no worse than the existing situation.
Can I take Councillor Barnard? I'm not sure how long he's been sat there with his hand up. I'm sorry, Councillor Barnard.
No worries at all. Can you hear me all right, Chair?
Yes, we can hear you.
So
my question is just quite a very general one. So, and it goes back to the question that Councillor Smith asked. The Lead Flood Authority, through your good self, is presenting one assessment of this, and the local residents are presenting another, where they have lined up what I presume to be reputable and credible, consultancies, planning QCs, and others. Just for the sake of the fact that this is a public meeting, why do you believe that? Well, I mean, how can I phrase this? Are they misleading us, or is it a different interpretation of a situation that they've come to look at? Do you see what I mean? Because that they have qualifications in the same way you all do on this side. So I'm just trying to understand what weighting I should give to the information that we've been given by what appears to be conflicting interpretations of an existing proposed solution. Does that make sense, Chair? So I'm through you. That's what I'm trying to just sort of,
yes, I think
and get a non-technical answer. Just try to get something quite clear on that, please.
Yeah, thank you. Is that one for
Okay.
Mr. Cooper? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can clarify that. So I think to jump back to something that was previously raised more as a question, there aren't two methodologies that have been submitted. There is only one methodology submitted by the applicant, which the LFA have reviewed in detail, discussed with the applicant and considered to be acceptable. The residents consultant hasn't put forward an alternative assessment. They've merely raised questions about the assessment that's been submitted. As Matt explained, that was on a earlier version of the information. There is a question mark of whether, if they reviewed the final information that we reviewed, the LFA reviewed, they would agree that this was acceptable. I suppose the main point is that it's very normal for differences of opinion on best practice to be held. I think that's true across almost all disciplines. It's the extent that those differences of opinion would have on the final results. We've been through the AGIA information, and that is within the supplementary report. That information is rebutted as to why we consider that the method the applicant has undertaken is acceptable, and addressed each one of those points. I don't think it's a case of AGIA being wrong at all. It's often just a difference of opinion, and the impact of those we consider to be negligible on the overall proposals.
Yeah. So if I can just, Chair, through you, ask a supplementary.
Yes.
So the view of the Lead Flood Authority is they're negligible. In the view of the AGIA report, they're substantial. And what we're talking about is the fact that neither is wrong. It's that balance of reasonable doubt and where we would choose to put that. Is that right? Because you're not questioning their methodology. You're saying they've adopted a different approach, and you believe the one that you have is okay.
Yes, almost correct. Is that they haven't submitted an alternative methodology. They've merely questioned the one that has been submitted. So it's not that they've submitted something that is an alternative, and we're saying that the applicant's one is better. It's that the only one that's available is the applicant's one, and we believe that is acceptable.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie Boyle.
Thank you. Can we go back to the officer's report? Thank you, Matt. Hard standing. How much hard standing is going to be given over on this development? Because obviously that would contribute to runoff.
From the reports I've read recently, my understanding is that the hard standing would have been increased approximately 50% to what there is currently on site.
Is some of that permeable?
Sorry, just to clarify, that is effectively doubling the amount of hard standing, just bearing in mind that the hard standing is currently focused in the north part of the site. But that hard standing is, there would be some asphalt, presumably there's permeable paving, there are patios, and there's obviously the footprint of properties, obviously with roof lines as well. So that it's my understanding that's exhaustive what is included within the definition of hard standing.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Chair. Just returning to the topic of Councillor Barnard's questions just a moment ago. So, just to make sure I'm completely clear on this, the applicant have produced a assessment that the LLFA has accepted, but AGEA have suggested that potentially there are some areas where the standards of that assessment could be slightly higher, but we are the LLFA are satisfied that that wouldn't impact the result of the assessment. Am I understanding that correctly?
Almost correctly. It's not that AGEA consider a higher standard, just a different standard.
Okay, and can I ask a supplement?
Again, yeah.
I'm not a flood analyst, but I do work in a technical engineering field that we do modelling to answer difficult technical questions. There's always inherently a degree of uncertainty in any modelling you undertake. That difference of opinion as to the standards that would be applied what impact does that have on the inherent uncertainty in the models that we're looking at, if any?
Mr. Cooper?
A tricky question to answer, but ultimately we believe that the points that AGEA have picked up are not significant to impact on the overall flood risk assessed at the site or the design of the flood mitigation proposals.
Would we, if the northern part of the site was looked at on its own, would I think? No, let me phrase that as a question, if I can. Would we look at that in a different way so that we would want to have the most up-to-date technical and the most up-to-date technical and most advanced modelling and assessment, because we've got flood risk 2 and 3 in that area. I know we're not actually building on it, but it's not many metres away, which I imagine could be swallowed up in a flood in very little time.
It's really a question for the Environment Agency, because the fluvial flood risk is their domain. They've considered that the modelling that the applicant has undertaken, and that is based on an approved Environment Agency model, they consider that to be acceptable to inform the flood risk at the site. It's difficult to me to say whether that needs updating, because the LFA haven't looked at that in detail, because it's not under our remit.
Okay.
Trying to think if asked the question, because obviously I work as an engineering consultant, if I was undertaking the proposals at the site, would I have considered the way the applicant have done the EA modelling to be acceptable? Yes, that's the way I would have done it, and I would consider that to be appropriate.
Thank you. Councillor Regan?
Through you, Chair. I have a very short question as clarification, then a longer question, if I may. The first question, just clarification. So the drainage plan, does it empty into the cut? Is that where it's going, or is it going somewhere else?
Ultimately, it drains into the cut, so it empties initially into the ditch running along the western boundary of the site, and that outfalls into the cut via a drainage system within Forest Road.
Okay, thank you. So second question, if I may, Chair. So different line. So this is really just looking at worst case, but I'm going to use the current situation as the example. So currently the residents have their gardens being flooded, and the water's coming from that site. Redrow own the site. right now, today, what recourse do the residents have to go to Redrow, the landowners, and seek remedial action now to fix the flooding? The reason I ask that is I'm looking at worst case right in the future. What are the rights of residents to fix redress issues with future flooding? And what I'm doing is I'm bringing that right bang up to date. They're in a situation at the moment. What can they do via the landowner to reduce the impact of flooding that they have at the moment? What rights do they have?
So at the moment, so part of the site falls towards that eastern boundary and towards those properties. So under the existing situation, the site is undeveloped, close towards it. There's an obligation through common law for downstream landowners to accept flows from the upstream sites. And therefore there's there would no ability for the residents to take action against Redrow for that water flowing towards their site, because it's expected they manage it in the same way that if you have a ditch flowing through your garden, it's reasonable for the owners of the ditch further up to allow that water just to flow through their site.
I'm sorry, oh, she's actually leaving. I'm sorry, one of our councillors is poorly and needs to go. Are you coming back?
Oh, yes, I have 2 seconds.
Right. I'm sorry, can we take a very quick pause?
drainage ditch. As I understand it, the water will gradually enter this ditch through the subsoil at the moment, through the soil, topsoil rather. It obviously copes with it and it discharges it into the cut. When there is a lot more hard surface on the site, it will get there to the cut much more quickly. Sorry, to the drainage ditch much more quickly. Will the cut cope, or will it exacerbate the flooding on the cut?
So part of the design of the drainage system and part of the expectation of planning policy is that when you're putting in a new development and putting in new hard standing, you restrict the water back to no more than the existing rate of development. And therefore you're required to attenuate any excess water on the site that comes off in those hard standing areas within SUDS features within the development. So that is what the applicant has proposed. So they have a SUDS drainage system that stores water within the development and then releases it at a slow rate equivalent to the existing into that ditch along the western side. So as a kind of long way around answering that question, no, the proposed development would not increase the flood risk within the cut.
Thank you. Councillor Regan was in the middle of a question you need to return to. Sorry.
Yeah, the officer was in midstream of giving an answer to my question. I'll try and summarise. So what are the legal rights of the residents today in terms of going to Redrow and fixing their current problem? And I'm using that as an example for worst case scenario in future after the development and things are not satisfactory. What can they do? What rights do they have?
Councillor Regan, I'm advised by the Assistant Director that that's not relevant to this application. Could I ask him to elucidate, please?
Yeah, I mean, I think for one thing, you're saying that the existing flooding problem is due to Redrow. I'm not sure we actually have any evidence to confirm that. And secondly, the legal rights of riparian landowners are not a matter for the planning committee and they're not relevant to this decision.
Officer Land.
Through you, Chair, just to clarify, and as set out in the drainage section of the report, there are actually two issues here. One of the issues being that of the Forest Road residents, but I might be correct in understanding that Councillor Reagan's question might be related to the property called Huntergoon to the north, where there is actually a current real flooding issue originating from Redrow's land. So, you know, there is clear evidence. The other day, one of our drainage officers went out there to look at it for himself, and I've seen the video footage and the photographs. It's clear that it's coming from Redrow's site. But that is, so Redrow are then, as the landowners, required to fix that. The issue being that there's effectively what we think is a collapsed culvert beneath the concrete hard standing of the former car sales forecourt. And because the water is unable to escape through the pipework, it's backing up and it's finding the next, point of least resistance, which is bubbling up to the surface and is then consequently flooding. That's in the process of being sorted out with Redrow, complicated by the fact there are contamination issues on the former garage site. Ground investigations have found there are, various things that you would associate with the historic use of a garage. So it's been slowed down by agreeing a method statement with the landowner, Redrow, to ensure that when they do carry out the works, they don't cause unacceptable, leaching of pollutants into the cut. That might be what the question is related to.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Great. Oh, good. Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Chair. There was some reference made earlier to the fact that the drainage ditches on the site are going to be flowing off towards Forest Road, towards the north. And I was driving past the other day on the way home from work, and I did notice that on the corner by the Spice Lounge, I was actually going through a huge amount of standing water. It was quite deep. And so I parked up at the Spice Lounge and it wasn't actually raining at the time, but it had been raining, and it was getting a bit dark. It was a bit hard to see, but I looked through the fence. I could actually see water bubbling up, and I think Mr. Lunn has referred to there's some issue there. There was water bubbling up in what was the hard standing of the garage area. It was actually shooting up through the ground and coming out, but there was also quite a lot of water gushing out underneath the fence, and I actually got my feet wet. I may not be a drainage engineer, but I know when I'm standing in deep water, it's probably best to step out of it, which I did, but having got home and dried my feet out, I sent an email to Mr. Lunn, who's sort of clarified quite a few issues in this report. So thank you for that. So my question is, if the water is being diverted towards Forest Road, and extra water is now going to come towards Forest Road, both because of the increase in land levels and because it's been deliberately targeted in that direction, so there's going to be a lot more than there is now. Has the LLFA done a proper assessment of the Forest Road drainage, and is it considered to be adequate for dealing not just with the amount of water it has at the moment, but with the additional water that's going to be targeted towards it?
This is one for Mr. Cooper.
Yeah, well, for me. So yes, we have picked that up as part of that. So in the modelling, so I think Matt can expand on some of the works that have been done. He's got a place position on that, but I'll address it. So in terms of the modelling, so what they have created initially is a model of the existing situation of what's happening
I'm sorry, Mr. Cooper, we're losing you a bit again, breaking up. Could you? Any
is that better?
Possible? It should be.
Let's try that.
Let's try.
So in terms of the model, so they've created a baseline model, which is the existing situation as it stands, and then a post-development model, which is the model when the development has been completed, and that's the immediate catchment down to the cut, and they've run both of those models, and then we've asked them to compare, and this is the way that it's typically done, compare the results of both models to demonstrate that there is no increase in flooding as a result of the proposed development.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Question probably for Mr. Lunn. We during the site visit on Saturday, members discussed concerns around the management of the maintenance of the proposed drainage channels, particularly on the eastern boundary of the site. Obviously, we've heard in Mr. Lunn's presentation that the conditions that are being proposed on this application since then have been updated to include some additional conditions to provide reassurances around that. I'm just wondering if he could explain in a bit more detail how he envisages that process would work in practice, and specifically how it would be enforced, and what level of assurances the revised conditions would provide to the existing residents that the ditch is going to be managed proactively, and that it's not just going to be something that's going to be addressed when it's too late, when it's already blocked up and causing problems to them. What are the processes to make sure it doesn't reach that point?
Mr. Lunn.
Through you, Chair. So one of the concerns raised at Saturday's site visit was concern that the ditch is going through private property and it will be inadequately maintained. So come the 1 in 100 year flood event, it will not be fit for purpose and it will cause flooding elsewhere, including existing residents. So as a result of that, through dialogue with Redrow, they're agreeable to having a legal covenant put on the deeds of those properties with those ditches going through there. And that will require them to allow access. Well, it will require a management company to enter the property annually and whenever necessary. So it's at least annually. And as a result of that, they will inspect it. And if it's deemed that it's being inadequately maintained, it's not being maintained in accordance with what was approved, they then have the powers to undertake those works. So we've got a condition at the moment that requires Redrow to submit evidence showing that it is on the property deeds. And then there's also a condition that requires details to be submitted showing how the drainage features are going to be managed and maintained. So as part of that, you know, when we bore down into more detail at a later date, we'll understand actually how that's going to work in practice.
Thank you. Councillor Smith again.
Thank you, Chair. So just as a supplementary, so the drainage company have access, the maintenance company have access annually to inspect, and Redrow are expected to provide through conditions at a later date details of how that management process works, and they are committed in perpetuity at that point to whatever that management program says they're going to do. Is that correct?
That's correct. The details, the appointment of the management company will be for the lifetime of the development to ensure that that ditch line is fit for purpose for the lifetime of the development, so no issue should arise as a result of neglect.
Thank you. I have a question based on my email to you a bit earlier about whether we can give assurance to residents that the drainage will work by doing as much drainage work beforehand, before the build-up of the earth, and then gradually introducing the level changes so that if anything should arise, some extra measures could be put in place. Is that feasible?
Through you, Chair. Currently conditioned, I think the requirement is for the SUD to be in place prior to occupation of dwellings. And then dovetailing with that, prior to that point, there is a condition requiring the submission and for approval of a construction environmental management plan, a SEMP, that requires the developer to manage any surface water runoff during the construction up until the point that the SUD is properly in place. And as part of the submission of the details, the LLFA will be consulted. If there is any phasing of the development, which I imagine it is, I think the Redrow have advised that the southern element will be implemented as part of phase 1, northern phase 2. I imagine that would be picked up as part of the detailed drainage to be submitted to discharge conditions. But if there are any gaps in that, I'm very, I'll be very happy to visit that issue with the LFA just to make sure that they are absolutely, that they think the information required of Redrow is, excuse the pun, but watertight.
Thank you. Yeah. So, at any stage, if it seems like things are not going really in the right direction with the drainage, we could deepen a ditch or take other measures that are suitable and effective to ameliorate the situation.
Yeah, the details, they will be required to implement the drainage system as approved. And, and what with the SEMP as well, the developers will be required to make sure that there is no surface water runoff, uncontrolled surface water runoff onto adjacent properties throughout the course of the construction and post-construction lifetime of the development. There will be a need to ensure that it does not increase the likelihood of flooding elsewhere.
That's if that's monitored properly, that should work really well. How do we know that it's going to be monitored and kept an eye on? I suppose the residents will create holy hell. That'll be a first thing. There is a requirement for Redrow to submit evidence they've actually implemented the drainage in accordance with what's been approved, because obviously we can't be there all the time monitoring all the groundworks going in. Before you know it,
soils on top of it, and you can no longer inspect it. So they do have to proactively submit evidence to show that it is being implemented. I'm not sure I'm not sure if Charlie is able to assist. But that's the best of my knowledge. This is how things are normally done, how things are normally managed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cooper, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I could perhaps expand on that. I think there's two stages to this, as Matt said. So during the construction, the flood risk would be managed by the SEMP process. That would be the Construction Environmental Management Plan would give an obligation on Redrow and the contractors to manage flood risk through the construction process. If they weren't doing that and issues did arise, then the planning authority would step in and because they weren't complying with the conditions or the approved details, then is where that's constructed, then the drainage strategy would step in and that would take over. So up to the point that the drainage strategy was completed, then the SEMP would be the thing governing flood risk on the site. In terms of, sorry, I did have another point. It's just completely slipped my mind. Sorry, yes, in terms of the verification report that Matt mentioned, yes, so there's a further obligation on Redrow to submit final details of what has been constructed. So that would be in the form of both photographs, surveys of what's been constructed, and that would be reviewed by the LLFA to confirm that what has been constructed is as approved in the details, to ensure that that's all watertight, as Matt punned.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Collins, and I think we need to wrap up now and get on with the debate after that. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. We haven't really talked about plot 18, the bungalow. I believe that the gardens of most plots along the eastern boundary are sloping down towards the ditch, but I don't think that's the case with plot 18, the bungalow. Could Officer Lunn please give a brief description of how that plot will be organised? And it has some gabion baskets, I believe, along one edge. Could he explain those in a little more detail, please?
Councillor Lunn, Officer Lunn, beg your pardon.
Sorry, through you, Chair. Just with reference to the flood route sections, sheet 2 of 3, which is, I believe, in the pluvial modelling supplementary that was submitted on the 8th of August. It does have details of the gradients and the engineered features for plot 18. To the front of the property, it's graded down towards eastwards, towards gabion baskets, which then provide a step change just to allow a slight easing of that gradient. And then the ditch line, the continuation of the 150mm deep ditch line begins. And then further north, you're then moving into the rear garden of plot 18. Immediately beyond the side fence, it effectively ties in with the existing ground level, and then the 150mm depression then continues northwards following the boundary, and then moving further north into the rear garden. You have what looks like a slight terraced effect. You have a gradual slope, then another gradual slope, and then it goes to 1 in 20 gradient. So it does, similarly to plots up to plots south of that, it does have a ditch line through it, and it does gently grade down to it.
Supplementary, yes.
Just a supplementary. So the ditch is actually behind the gabion baskets. How will anyone access those to maintain them in any way or even inspect them?
Through Chair. With reference to this, you'd be able to access it from the pedestrian route that goes out to Forest Road from the south, and there would be an element of just, these gaping baskets are only, we've all seen them, they obviously can go up to varying heights, but we're looking at single ones, you're probably looking at less than a metre tall. So they're quite readily accessible, easily accessible to maintain, both, negotiating the gaping basket, but also walking from the end from the pedestrian route.
Thank you. So we've had some concerns about whether the drainage provisions will be sufficient, both in terms of the technical assessments and in terms of actual ditch depth in certain places, and the runoff onto the Warfield Road, not Warfield Road, Forest Road, beg your pardon, to the north. We've had, most answers have said that the LLFA have accepted those provisions as effective. So it seems reasonable that we should take their advice and say that we've researched this enough. However, there are a number of concerns about the depth of the shallow ditch and whether that can be maintained. So now we need to debate all of the issues that we've raised, and the resolution that we need to look at is on page 57 as amended by page 4 of the supplementary report. So I need to propose that. I need to propose that.
Can we read the recommendation? Just so that
Oh yeah, page 57. Yeah. Okay. Yes, there is. Following the completion of planning obligations under Section 106 of the Town and Country Planning Act relating to 29. No, it was 1990, wasn't it? Golly, what a long time ago. There's vast swathes of everything that is set out that the developer must abide by in terms of what, where, how it's drained, design, trees, and everything else.
More the recommendation.
Well, that is it. So I did find it. It's here. It doesn't say to. It's just that at the moment. Yeah, I read that. But then we've got pages and pages of the things that we. So that these have to be accepted. Okay.
Okay, I'll second that. If you're proposing.
Right. Thank you. So you can speak once. Don't forget. Councillor Smith.
Chair, sorry, can I just confirm it's the recommendation including the amendments to the conditions in the supplementary report?
Ah, yes, a good point. Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Yeah. Speakers. You'd like to speak?
Would there be a time to propose an amendment if you'd accept me?
I guess we could.
Yeah, that is possible. I ideally they're meant to come before the meeting, but they can, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So let's have speakers first before we have the amendments. Would you like to talk? You have 3 minutes each if you would like to use it.
Sorry,
Councillor
Chair,
Smith.
just on a point of order, I believe in the committee procedure rules, if Councillor Harrison wants to move the amendment now, that would that not happen now, and then that we debate that before determining the substantive amendment?
No, I think we should take people's views, the councillors' views on what we have in front of us before we take an amendment, please.
Okay.
Chairman, they might agree with the amendment or they might disagree, but at least it would be helpful if they could hear it before they make a speech which might...
Sorry, just to interject, Lisa from BFC Legal is on the call with her hand up. She might be able to provide clarity.
Oh, yes. Yes, please, Lisa. Could you comment? Oh, we can't hear you.
Lisa Del Rio, Local Planning Solicitor, yes.
Thank you.
You for letting me speak. Yeah, just to say, it is right. Now that an amendment has been proposed, if it's seconded, then the debate should discuss that amendment rather than taking the views first, as you were proposing, Chair. So if Mr Harrison's amendment is put forward, does anyone second that?
Councillor Hayes, we haven't actually heard the amendment. Shall we? Would you like?
But that's what I'm saying. If he would like to propose an amendment, then he can do so at this point.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Harrison, would you like to propose your amendment?
Thank you, Chair. The amendment I would like to propose is that the depth of the drainage ditch be increased to 450 millimetres. And if you'd like reasons for that, it is to provide a level of comfort and a level of risk mitigation concerning the climate emergency that this council has declared and obviously presumably believes in, and therefore we ought to do something about protecting our residents from the consequences.
Is that seconded? Councillor Hayes, a second.
Sorry, I think I need to interject.
Oh, the Assistant Director must interject. Excuse us.
I fully understand and get that there's a lot of concern about drainage around this site, but I would remind members that, albeit we've declared a climate emergency and we all get behind climate change, that does not change in any way our planning policy framework against which we determine planning applications. That can only be done through the policies that are coming through in the new local plan, but that doesn't change the decision making that we have to do at the moment until those policies do come through. I think the other point that you raised was you're looking to create, seek additional work through presumably varying a condition. That can be appealed. If it is appealed, they can seek costs against the council. We have no evidence whatsoever that I've heard tonight to support the change that you're asking for. And the last time that members chose to impose, in that case it was a reason for refusal, but in this case it would be the imposition of a condition. But the last time members chose to put in a reason for refusal on drainage grounds against officer recommendation, that resulted in a significant costs award against the council. So I'll say no more. I fully understand the concerns, but I just would raise those.
we have had a challenge on the legal front, so we've adjourned the meeting for the moment. If you could possibly follow Jamie outside for the moment, we'll have our legal discussion and then call you back in, because it is Thank you.
We're back live.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience, everyone, and the incredible work done in between was. Thank you very much to legal for their guidance, I have to say. It's amazing. We have had a bit of discussion about the motion that we should put, because we determined to make an amendment to help with the concerns about the drainage. Councillor Harrison, would you like to?
Thank you, Chair. As a result of the legal advice we've had as to the best way to address the concerns that I've had on this motion, I am withdrawing the wording of the motion that I put forward in favour of the wording of the motion that you're about to add to the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Harrison. So the amendment that we want to put and that I propose that we make is that at condition 35, should I read that through, is the condition says no development shall take place until full details of the drainage system have been submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. These shall include the full details of all components of the proposed drainage system, including dimensions, locations, gradients, invert and cover levels, head wall details, planting and drawings as appropriate. Number 2, detailed to demonstrate that culverts are designed so that wildlife does not become trapped and are able to move between ponds and ditches. The design should avoid steep drops that could trap species such as newts. And number 3, we propose to change. It says, number 3, further details of the proposals for the proposed mitigation measures for managing surface water flood risk within the site, to include exploration of all reasonable options to maximise the capacity of the proposed drainage ditches, and the approved details, going back to the original, shall thereafter be complied with. Reason to ensure that the site is properly drained and does not increase the risk of flooding in accordance with policy CS1 of the core strategy. In the light of current condition of the site and the adjoining areas, and considering future climate change. Does that meet with everyone? Oh, no, I've got to say, that's what I'm proposing. I need a second.
I will second it, Chair.
Councillor Smith seconds. Thank you very much. So then we debate including this amendment. Or do we have to vote to accept it first? No. Debate. Anybody want a quick comment, because we're so long? Councillor Smith, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This has clearly been a very difficult debate and a lot of significant technical issues discussed. The importance of that, of course, is that the implications, if we get this wrong, are very, potentially, the concern is they could be very significant for existing residents. So I think it's extremely important as a committee that we come to the right decision today. The objectors consultant, AGEA, have queried methods, but they haven't specifically challenged the conclusions of the assessment that's been provided by the applicant, but they've challenged the methods that have been used in the modelling. The LLFA have explained in quite some detail why they believe the methods completed by the applicant are in fact sufficient. I've not heard any reasonable evidence to suggest updates to the modelling would significantly alter the result, and I don't think anything in the consultant's report that's been provided by the objectors specifically suggests that that would be the case, only that they're challenging very specific details about the methodology, which, I say, the LLFA have to my mind, adequately addressed. assuming the strategy works as this modelling indicates, then the case seems to me to be quite clear that this should actually present a betterment to existing residents. And the residents have been quite clear that they're not objecting to the principle. They're concerned about the long-term impact in terms of flooding. So the real question is this the right, is this solution going to provide that betterment as suggested? And I think on balance of all the information we've heard, the expert advice we've received from the LLFA, I can't see a reason to object to the application on that basis. There are, however, some specific things we've looked at, both in this amendment and also elsewhere throughout the questions we've had this evening. So specifically, I think there are some quite legitimate concerns around the maintenance of the drainage channels. And I'm quite pleased that at members' request, prior to this meeting, the officers have added conditions which I do believe, based on the answers we've received tonight, do appropriately address those concerns in terms of ensuring there is adequate maintenance and it's not something that's going to be sort of missed or left by the wayside and then suddenly catch people out down the line. There are, the requirements on the developer and the subsequent management company and on the owners of the relevant properties that will ensure it is regularly inspected and maintained. So I think we've taken all reasonable steps we can as the planning authority in that scenario. With regards to the specific amendments, which I'm glad we've, as a committee, came in the legal discussions, been able to come to a position where we have a text to debate here. I think it's important just to explain for the residents who are here today precisely what the purpose of that is and why we're looking at that. So planning condition 35.3 sets out conditions. It requires the developer to submit additional information with regards to the drainage scheme, and they cannot actually commence the development on the site until that additional information has been approved and considered sufficient. Technically, the way that works is that the developer will put in a separate planning application to discharge that condition, and you as residents would have opportunities to object to that application and the discharge of that condition if you are not satisfied or your consultants are not satisfied on your behalf with what you're seeing at that point. And just as we have tonight, if enough of you object, it will come back to the planning committee so that that condition would not be discharged until as a committee we've seen these further details and we are satisfied as a committee that these details have been suitably progressed beyond what we've discussed and seen today. The specific text that we've added addresses, I think, the central point that Councillor Harrison was originally proposing in his withdrawn amendment, which is around whether that drainage ditch is deep enough. So we are asking for the applicant to ensure that the work they've done adequately clarifies and convinces that the ditch they're proposing is deep enough. And will provide the protection that you need as residents to actually provide the betterment of the current situation. So I hope that's clear to residents. It's just, we as a committee, we've never done this in my time on the committee. This has been an incredibly difficult debate, but I hope residents can be reassured that the committee in this proposal have taken all reasonable steps to protect you and protect your properties, and it's not finished until this condition has been discharged and these further elements have been submitted. On that basis, Chair, I was very happy to second the amended text here and subject to any other points raised by other councillors at this point, I intend to give it my support.
Thank you very much indeed. There isn't much to add to that, is there? Councillor Mackenzie Boyle. Oh no, we've got Councillor Barnard, I beg your pardon.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Smith, I think you've gone through a lot of the factual reasons there very clearly. I think what I'd like to say first of all is a thank you to the residents for the way that they've approached their involvement in this application. And I thought at the start, Vicky, you gave a very, very clear exploration of the issues that were facing you. I know there was some suggestion earlier on, and this was explored, hence, as Councillor said, the extended legal bit, about deferring this. But what I would say makes this better is that, and unfortunately I don't have a vote on this tonight, but if I was in the chamber, I'd be voting for this, is it moves this forward and allows the process to go forward, minimising the risk of any appeal, whilst at the same time ensuring that your concerns remain centre stage in terms of ensuring that the drainage on this site works. This is one of the wettest parts of Warfield. We know that historically, but I think we do have to give weight, colleagues, to the fact that Redrow are suggesting that the improvements they're making should improve this position. I think the one difficult thing in all of these is we don't know what we don't know now. But I think this extra sort of loop through these extra checks and balances will ensure that there is little or no, there's as much doubt or concern has been alleviated as possible, and really appreciate the time you've taken to approach it in this way. And I think it is important that additional expert views have got on board, but ultimately it's now about reaching consensus that gives us the best possible chance to deliver this without impacting in the long term on your gardens and on your way of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barnard. Councillor Mackenzie Boyle.
On hearing my colleagues, Councillor Smith, very eloquent, and I feel sure that the residents are more or less, shall we say, because I can't say always more, they're going to support that and hear that we have debated, and I've been on this panel now since 2015, and we've not done this before. So we do have your lives, because that's what we're talking about, your lives at stake here. So we are very conscious of the fact that we've had to go into debate, and I also hear what Councillor Barnard says. So I support my colleagues, what they support, and Chair, thank you very much as well for your leading this through. So thank you very much indeed. I do actually support.
That's very
this.
kind. Thanks. Can we? Oh, Councillor Collins, I beg your pardon.
Yes, I'd just like to ask that it be put on record that we need specific notification of when this conditional planning application comes through, so that we can notify residents and they can comment, because I don't think it is notified in the usual way.
Assistant Director, thank you.
Yes, you're right. They don't appear on the weekly list, so we would make a separate notification. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Regan.
I'd just like to thank everybody in the room, including the residents and the applicant, for a very interesting evening where we've produced, I think, a very good solution to a tricky problem. I would just add that I listened very closely to the applicant, Redrow, and I believe I heard them say they are dedicated to deliver the best possible drainage solution, and this amendment will ensure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Chair. And I echo those sentiments. I'd like to thank everybody for a very sensible and rational discussion about this, and I thank the residents for their representations and the way that they've made them. It would be, as this is a site that's already in the local plan as an approved site for housing, the principle is not really open for question there. So it would be quite unusual to push for a refusal of this planning application on the grounds of something which is a bit of a detail that we're not very happy about and think could be improved. But there was some debate about whether or not we should defer this from today, but it was felt that might be a bit unreasonable. So I think the best that we can do here is try to go back and go further to address those concerns about the drainage from the site. And this amendment to the original motion actually, I think, gives us the best opportunity to achieve that. It's a compromise, but it's probably the best we can do in the circumstances. So thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. I think that's everybody. I personally would like to thank everybody for such great input from the residents, from the efforts from the councillors to gather information, and a great debate and the support from the legal people and the officers, especially Officer Land. Thank you. Let's go to a vote, shall we? All those in favour of accepting? I think that's unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. Phew. If anybody to do with that application would like to leave, then please. Thank you so much for your patience, and you will have further notification. Thank you for your input. Now, I'm really very sorry about the length of time that took. We should have taken the other application first. I'm sorry. Right. Lisa in legal has got a hand up. Lisa.
I don't know why it says that. Sorry. I'll try and get rid of it.
Good.
Sorry, it happens to us all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, so item 6 is the Darwell Drive application, and this is open for public speaking as well. We have...
Officer
oh,
first.
Oh, beg your pardon, we have an officer presentation first. I've forgotten your name. Benjamin. Officer Marshall. Please give us your report.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. My name is Benjamin Marshall, and I'll be presenting the presenting officer on this case. The application is for the construction of a part single-storey, part two-storey rear extension, the raising of a ridge height and wider roof in association with a loft conversion, and the conversion of a detached garage into habitable accommodation at number 15 Darwell Drive. This application has been referred to the Planning Committee owing to the number of objections received from neighbouring properties. Concerns have been raised regarding the scale of the development, the parking proposed to serve the development, the impacts on the amenity of the neighbouring properties, and the potential use of the site as a house of multiple occupation or similar. Next slide. The dwelling outlined in red is a detached property which falls within the defined settlement area. The site plan on the screen above shows the footprint of the proposal, which would extend to the northeast of the property and connects to the existing garage. Next slide. On the screen is the existing and proposed front and rear elevation plans. As you can see, the existing building is two-storey in nature with a single-storey projection to the front. The proposed roof alterations would result in an increase in the overall height of the dwelling by 0.37 metres. The submitted plans indicate that this would be in level with the neighbouring property number 13 Darwell Drive, and the alterations would retain a similar slope angle to the existing roof. The proposal includes a loft conversion and the insertion of a window to the existing second floor front elevation. Both these elements could be attained without the need for planning consent, and neither of these elements are considered harmful. Conditions have been recommended which require the proposed and any future side windows or roof lights to be non-opening and obscure glazed below 1.8 metres above the floor of the room the windows are installed in. This is to ensure that there be no unacceptable overlooking or loss of privacy resulting from the alterations. Next slide. The proposed two-storey extension would measure approximately 7.6 metres in height and 3 metres in depth, and stretch across most of the width of the existing property. The roof of the extension would be pitched in order to reduce the potential for it to be viewed as overbearing. The proposed single-storey extension would attach to the rear of the two-storey element and connect to the existing garage. Concern has been raised by neighbours regarding the scale of the development in regards to the surrounding area. It is noted that a similar two-storey structure has previously been approved and constructed on the adjoining property number 13 Darwell Drive. Whilst the scale of the extension is considered acceptable, it is important to note that the two-storey element is likely to comply with restrictions set out in Schedule 2, Part 1, Class A of the Town and Country Planning General Permitted Development Order 2015 as amended. As such, a fallback position has been identified. No concerns have been raised by the Council regarding the single-storey element or garage conversion. On the screen are the existing and proposed floor plans for the development. Concern has been raised about the potential to form a HMO. However, this is not considered a material consideration given the need for planning consent for a HMO that contains at least 6 residents. Next slide. Further concern has been raised in regard to loss of light, overbearingness, loss of privacy, and perceived overlooking. The Council has assessed the potential impacts of the development and considered that it is unlikely that a detrimental impact on the amenity of adjoining neighbours would occur. Furthermore, regardless of whether harm has been identified, given the fallback position, it would be unreasonable to refuse the proposal for reasons pertaining to the two-storey structure. The Council's parking standards, SPD, sets out that a 4-bedroom property should provide at least 3 parking spaces. A parking plan has been submitted by the applicant, which complies with the minimum dimensions identified within the SPD. This plan has been reviewed by the Highway Authority and has raised no objection, subject to this being secured by condition. On the screen are some site photos from the application site itself, showing the front and rear elevations as well as a view to the properties to the rear. This slide includes photos taken from the neighbouring properties within the application site, showing the existing built form and any affected windows, which has been addressed in the paragraphs 9.35 and 9.43 of the committee report. The top right photo shows the rear of the existing dwelling and includes number 13's 2-storey extension in the background of the site for context. To conclude, the amended proposal represents appropriate additions to the property, acceptable in principle, and ones which would not result in an adverse impact on the character of the existing area, the existing dwelling, highway safety, or the residential amenity of occupiers of the neighbouring properties. The proposal has therefore been found to be compliant with Safe Policy EN20 of Bracknell Forest Borough Local Plan 2002, Policies M9, CS1 and CS7 of the Core Strategy Development Plan Document 2008, the Council's Parking Standards SPD and the MPPF 2023. The proposal is therefore recommended for approval, subject to the conditions set out in Section 11 of the Committee Report and the amendments set out on pages 7 to 10 of the Supplementary Report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Officer Marshall. Now we have 2 public speakers for this this application. Sorry, I can't quite.
The first one is Andrew Lauskowitz.
Thank you. And Arthur Kushner?
And then
Is
following
the
that, it'll be
opposite.
Arthur Kushner.
Right. First to speak, please, is the objector to the scheme. Just make sure that's on still. Yeah, you're right. Okay, the speaker has 3 minutes, and I'll give you 20 second, please no, 20-second warning to finish. Thank you. Would you like to start now?
Good evening. I'm speaking to you, our council representatives, on behalf of all residents from Darwell Drive and multiple residents from Sadler's Mews, Manfield Place and Manfield Close. We ask that you exercise your judgment and review the planning application considering the impact to residents and their concerns. It is within your right to review the situation, notwithstanding the Planning Office recommendation, considering our concerns and potentially refuse the current planning application. There should be at least 3 parking spaces on the existing proposal. The exiting by passengers and drivers of cars parked on the driveway to the side of number 15 will require the occupants to cross onto number 13's property. Relocating the front door as per the proposed plan would require movable access steps to allow car parking on the length of that drive, again without crossing into number 13's property. The preceding points would result in an additional on-road parking on a bend in a busy road which is the sole access to the housing area consisting of more than 200 households. The design of the property, number of bedrooms and conversion of garage will result in a very small non-family friendly garden. In fact, the large amount of internal space generated by the design, what appears to be, for instance, a 26-foot long kitchen snug single space, the conversion of the loft space, etc., would seem to accommodate conversion to a house of multiple occupancy or such like. The window in the double extension that faced number 13, the driveway side, will look straight into the main living space of number 13. The proposed development is considered by the residents of the area to be oppressive, overbearing, and will result in loss of privacy for a number of houses, not just number 13 and number 17 on either side of number 15, but for at least all 8 bungalows that number 15 is surrounded by. It will also result in loss of light to both numbers 13 and 17. The light survey presented as part of the application only covers number 17, and the owner of number 17 has several issues with the facts as presented. No survey has been done for number 13, which clearly will be impacted by this, as the southeast facing windows will be in the shadow of the double extension. Just to remind you, this is not an objection from a single neighbouring residence. Wingfield Parish Council object and have recommended refusal. 21 individual residences from Darwell Drive and the surrounding streets have signed the petition objecting to this development. There are numerous formal objections to the impact on privacy, loss of light and parking, all submitted and recorded in the planning applications documents website. The residents of the area ask you to please reject this proposal.
Thank you very much. Could you wait? Oops, it's done it again. Cancel. Oh, for goodness sake. Sorry, £40 now. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh, I bet it'll do it again in a moment. Questions, please, for Mr. I'm very sorry.
Andrew's just fine.
Andrew. Questions for Andrew, please. Anybody? We have no questions?
I know it's been a long evening, but no questions?
I think your explanation was really succinct. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. So now the... thank you. Now the application, the applicant, dear me, please would the applicant come to the desk? Thank you. Thank you. So you have 3 minutes, and I'll give you 20 seconds warning when we get to that point, to the 22nd, and you carry on. Yeah. Ready to start?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the time, and I really appreciate the chance that I've got to explain my position as the applicant for that development at 15 Darwell Drive. I don't have any notes on me because it's what I need to explain is that the property initially has been purchased as a family home for me, my wife, and 2 of my children, with the purpose of having my son being closer to Lambrook School, which we hope he will attend from February next year. As far as it goes, I'll go retrospectively back with the planning application. We've started with the pre-planning advice, which was taken in due course. We've received the results of the pre-planning application, and based on the pre-planning application, we've resumed with the real application, which has been submitted. It has been met with fierce resistance from the local residents, and we've considered all the factors in terms of all the objections that have been raised, and as a result we had taken an initiative to deploy quite a few concessions, and we've cooperated with the council at any stage of our amendments or changes to our planning application. I would like to address the rumours of the HMO being completely untruthful and based on a certain bias which is beyond my comprehension and understanding. The fact that the kitchen is large or the rooms are not as big as they should be in someone's perception, it is part of our application. That's the way the property has been designed. I believe from the research and from everything that has been done in terms of the planning application that we have complied absolutely with everything in terms of the legislation. All the necessary surveys have been conducted, all the results are available online. We've deployed whatever procedures we had to undertake in order to comply, and I truly believe that we've achieved what we had to do in terms of our compliance. At this stage, I've got nothing else to add.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you just hold on while I cancel?
It's all right.
Then we'll have questions, please. Anybody's questions? No, I think we'll be questioning the officer about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your
Could
attention.
you press
Thank
the
you.
button to switch off? Lovely, thank you. Okay, questions to the officer, I think. Does anybody have a question? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, just to address this suggestion around a potential future HMO, I just want to be sure I'm clear on the situation if there were any attempt to sort of use that for that purpose in the future. Am I correct in my understanding from the officer's report that that wouldn't be permissible on the basis of the current application, and there would have to be a further application that would need to be agreed before the property could be used as an HMO?
Thank you, Councillor Officer Marshall.
through you, Chair. So the development we're approving is for a single dwelling house. If they were to use it as a HMO in its current form, it would they could convert it into a HMO in its current form if it had less than 5 residents. If they went beyond 5, then they'd need to apply for a change of use, and that is standard. Regardless of whether or not they convert it, they will still require a HMO license, so there will be things that they would have to do. However, it's not something that we can consider because they can do that without permission. They could do that tomorrow, effectively.
Thank you. Councillor Mackenzie Boyle.
Thank you. Officer, may I ask, please, as generally when you get an application it says development and it's going to have 3 bedrooms. How many bedrooms is this actually going to, that they've actually said that they will be bedrooms?
So what I'll do is I'll quickly bring back onto the screen the PowerPoint and scroll down to the floor plans. So you'll be able to see from the floor plans there, they're only proposing 4 bedrooms. I know there were concerns from residents regarding the en-suites and some of the other shower rooms being converted. Once again, there are things that people can do without need for planning consent. The conversion of internal rooms wouldn't necessarily require planning consent. So if they did convert it beyond this, if they did change the layout internally, that would be a matter for building regulations. What we have to consider is, in this instance, the external alterations. And whilst it is important to consider what is being proposed inside, that more has an impact in terms of parking provision rather than can they convert this into another room. If it was to the point where they were only proposing 3 bedrooms, but they had a large study at first floor, we may consider that for, again, the reasons for parking, but that's not the case in this instance.
That was what I was asking for. In fact, were we actually going to be adhering to our SPD parking standards 2016 4.4 paragraph? So you're quite content that we will be adhering to that?
I think we are, and we have just had it pointed out by our colleague that they are on one of the plans showing, this is an earlier revision showing the ensuite as being obscure glazed and non-opening. That's the side facing window, which would be indicative that it wouldn't become a bedroom. In this instance, with the recommendation we've got, we have a condition on there that would require all side windows that are being created, so not ones which are currently existing, but all side windows and roof lights that are being created, and in the proposed extension to be obscure glazed and non-opening, so that we are, in a sense, not predicting, but preventing the further alienation of that as a dwelling.
Thank you. Excuse, I'm sorry, we can't enter the debate. Okay. Can I just clarify with you, what is the fallback position? What is the resident allowed to put without any planning permission?
So the fallback, through you, Chair, the fallback position for a two-storey extension is something which extends 3 metres. There are obviously other constraints beyond that within Class A of Part 1 Class A. In this instance, what was commented upon within the report is that in its current form, this two-storey extension would not be permitted development. However, if they were not attaching it to the roof additions or the single-storey extension, it would potentially be subject to meeting the conditions set out within that class. The reason for that justification is because JA, which is within the first class, specifically states any total enlargement. So if they were to build that tomorrow, they could do it under permitted development, but they would not be able to build, for instance, a single-storey element beyond it. So in this instance, any harm considered by the two-storey element, that has a fallback position of permitted development. It is only when you consider if there is harm with the two-storey element and the single-storey element where we are then into that, okay, is there further harm beyond what that fallback position is?
So if the single story wasn't on there and so on, they could build what they like for a 3 metre extension with the roof on top.
So yes, what we had to make sure was that in this instance that the two-storey enlargement did not connect to the roof additions. In this instance, the two-storey enlargement was set down below the point of the existing dwelling, which means that it could be undertaken without need for us to formally approve it. It could be done under deemed consent without the need for formal confirmation from us.
So just the two-storey bit on its own, as it has appeared in the plans, would be okay.
As it has appeared on the plans, yes.
Right. So that's the fallback position. If this is refused, they still have the two-storey bit that seems to be of most difficulty with the other residents. Okay, but now anybody else for a question before I go?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, through you, Chair. So I've listened very carefully to the objections. So my question, I'm just looking at sort of worst case. So if one of the rooms was converted into an additional bedroom, I understand that would cause a problem because there would be insufficient parking to support another bedroom. Is that right?
Through you, Chair. Andy Wells, Highways Development Management. The proposal includes for 3 parking spaces, which is in accordance with our parking standards for 4+ bedrooms. We don't have a higher parking standard beyond 4 bedrooms, and therefore it would not matter if there are additional bedrooms created. The parking standard remains as 3 spaces, and that's what's proposed.
Okay, thank you. I have another question. So again, I'm just looking at the worst case possibilities. I mean, we've heard the resident; they don't have any plans in this area. So I'm just asking hypothetical questions. So the extension is going to join onto the garage. What development rights do they have on the garage if this development goes ahead?
So when you, just as a point of clarification through you, Chair, do you mean as a result of the development, could they, for instance, convert the garage into something separately? So they could potentially convert it. However, I would need to check whether or not that would require a further planning consent in order to do that. What is worth noting is, for instance, a use of a garage for, or a room within a property for, say, a short-term let wouldn't require planning consent subject to the time frame it's being used. So we have to be very careful in thinking about what the potential use is, because there are things that can be done right now without need for planning consent. So to refuse on the basis of what might potentially happen when actually they could do that right now without need for the planning consent, we have to be very careful, and this is why the justification of the planning balance has been made.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Hayes.
The front door, when we visited the site, is on the front, and it's showing it at the side. There is a sloping, isn't there, on that road? Does that cause a problem, like with steps or anything for the doors, for the door area?
Through you, Chair.
Yeah.
So the proposed elevations show the door to the access on the side elevation, which is facing east towards number 13. It is showing the door being at level with the ground. If that is an unrealistic situation, and if they require, for instance, steps, as has been indicated, that is more a matter for building control rather than planning, and that is more a point where they have, whilst inaccurately displayed where the front door would be, it's unlikely to make a material change to the outcome of this planning decision.
Would they be obliged to change it by building control?
Unfortunately, Chair, I'm not able to answer that.
Right. So, overlooking, we've had some concerns that they could see into other houses. Is that true, or is there an obscure glazing there?
Through you, Chair. So it would be realistically unreasonable for us to require the rear windows of a property to be obscure glazed. And again, the point to note is there is that fallback position, which would not require any obscure glazing to those two-storey windows. Meaning, although, as identified within the supplementary details, it fails to comply with our design SPD in terms of the recommendation for rear windows to adjoining property windows, it realistically is it is a fallback position, which means that to refuse it on that basis would be unreasonable, because they could go ahead tomorrow with deemed consent and undertake those works.
Always tricky. The shared drive, is that wide enough for two cars to stand together? I think that's the highways man, is it?
Through your Chair, Andy Wells. The parking to the side of the property is existing. The additional space that's proposed is to the front of the property. The situation with regard to the parking to the side is very similar to the neighbour at number 13, which also has its front door on the side of the property facing the driveway. The existing parking is present and therefore unchanged, and the additional parking is in the front garden in order to meet the 3 spaces required by parking standards.
So whatever difficulty is perceived to be threatened is existing already on the shared drive.
That's
So
correct.
we can't change that anyway.
That's correct, Chair.
Any other questions? No? And so it falls to me to make the recommendation at, and I forgot, oh, there it is, that the application be approved subject to the conditions stated. Anything else to add? Yes, a seconder, please.
I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you. So, would anyone like to speak on this, please? Councillor Hayes.
Yes, as the ward councillor, I can understand the fears of neighbours and the like with regards to HMO or whatever on the sizing. But as explained, we cannot go ahead and take it that this is what's going to happen. Yes, and unfortunately, when I look at the plans, yes, the area in itself, because I live in the area myself, one of my biggest problems is parking. Again, this meets the criteria, and I have the problem of having to say to neighbours, know when they're parking and that. If it does in the future change into something else or whatever, hopefully not, it is a family home, I will be really concerned if it wasn't the truth being given of what it is. It's a family home. It is an area that is well liked by residents. Overlooking, I hope, can get past it. And again, looking at the plans that were given, there aren't that many that we can turn around and say, it's wrong, it's that, you've had it, or something like that. I just hope it can be sorted on a mutual understanding with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hayes. Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I must say, personally, I do find the extent of this to be somewhat unpalatable. It's a very significant extension to existing property. It's taking up a significant amount of the associated green space with the property in terms of what it's eating into the rear garden. And I must say I'm surprised that our design SPD doesn't, cover things to that effect. I know the executive member for planning often follows these committee meetings, and I hope he might consider this one as a good case to, when that SPD is up for review, as to things we might want to look at better. I'm also quite surprised that our parking SPD doesn't require more than 3 parking spaces for houses with, well, I know this house is only for 4 bedrooms is the application, and that's what we have to consider before us, but it does concern me that we have an SPD there that you could have effectively an infinite number of bedrooms and only 3 parking spaces, and that's obviously a concern. So I think there's some areas for policy there that I hope council more widely can look at going forwards. However, I do need to concur with Councillor Hayes and the points made by the officer. I can't unfortunately find any reason in our planning design to refuse it, as much as I do find it a little bit unpalatable in this case.
Anyone else wish to speak? No. Well, we've heard that the extension, the 2-storey extension on its own, could go ahead with less controls attached, and that the parking situation that is causing concern is existing currently. I think by having this application go forward with obscure glazing, with the other controls in place because the application has come to committee, then I think we have the best that we can get from the application. I thank the officer very much for his efforts and the applicant on coming to agreement with a good application. Can I go to the vote? All those in favour? Those against? Abstentions? 3 abstentions.
6 in favour, 3 abstentions, so it passes.
Thank you, that's carried. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience and your amazing efforts this evening. That concludes our business for this evening. We'll see you